9 starts, 6 or more innings pitched in 7 straight starts. His last start was his only start where he's given up more than 3 runs, and in that start he gave up 2 2-run homers to Adam Lind. The good thing about that start was he struggled early, didn't have his real good stuff, but he finished strong. Last 4 or 5 hitters he faced, he was back to throwing the ball great, but he battled through it, got through 6 innings, and only gave up 4 runs.
He's just been hammering away at that strike zone. We should mention Vicente Padilla did the same thing last night. It was the kind of night where the results were outstanding, and Padilla really had to work to achieve them. He threw 71 strikes in 5 innings. What was incredible about that, though, Tag, only 3 swings and misses of those 71 strikes. There were 34 foul balls hit by the Dodgers in 5 innings. There were 17 called strikes. There were 17 balls that were actually put in play. And if you add it all up, the Rangers needed to throw 176 pitches last night to get a shutout.
Well, the one thing they did last night is, you're right, they fouled a lot of balls, and most of them were right straight back. And that was a pretty good indication that Vicente had a good fastball, which he did. They didn't swing and miss at many of them, but they fouled a lot of them straight back. And I think the extra foul balls in that game probably cost him at least another inning in the game.
Juan Pierre flies out, and now we check the Ranger defense in its entirety. Murphy, Bird, and Cruz, Young, Andrews, Kinsler, and Davis. And Jared Saltalamacchia works with Scott Feldman tonight.
Good pitch right there from Scott.
And really
in on the fist, jammed him, a little blooper to shortstop.
And really important to keep Juan Pierre off the bases for these LA Dodgers. He's the active stolen base leader all time in Major League Baseball. Furcal can run a little bit too. Second place batter, he chops one foul.
In Scott's last start, although he battled through it, he really didn't have his good cutter in that game. Already in this game he's thrown about 3 of them. One that jammed Pierre foul, one that jammed him for the blooper, and that one to Furcal caused him to foul it right into his foot. That's a good sign. If Scott's got that cutter working, it can be a long day for the left-hand hitters.
Joe Torre, in his 2nd year managing the Dodgers, of course, spent all that time with the New York Yankees. And it's funny, Tag, because in George Steinbrenner's first 21 years as Yankees owner, he changed managers 21 times in 21 years, but then for the next 12, 13 years in a row, it was just Joe Torre. Now he goes from New York to LA. Once again was in the postseason last year, brought Dodger Blue to the postseason.
You throw that cutter again down and in, Furcal might be a little hesitant to swing at it as badly as that one hurt.
Furcal's got one of the lower batting averages on this Dodger team that actually leads the National League in total hits. I think that's one of the remarkable and cool things about the Rangers' run right now. The back-to-back shutouts have been against the 2 best hitting teams in baseball, Toronto and the Dodgers. That ball slugged to right. Nelly Cruz is playing in right center, so he's got a long way to go and get it. Furcal kind of limping towards second base. Definitely limping on his way into second base, having fouled that ball off his foot right before. It's a double, though.
Furcal made a little adjustment there. He's got a quick bat, and after getting jammed and fouling that cutter off his foot, he pulled that one down the line. Got it in there where he wanted it. He was able to, I don't think he hit it all that well, but he looped it down the right field line and limps into second base. If he doesn't have that sore foot, he might have had a chance for a triple.
The O-Dog, Orlando Hudson. Very popular player with his teammates and really all around the National League. Even when he was a Toronto Blue Jay in the American League, was a popular player, just one of those exceedingly outgoing guys. Bargain basement pickup for these LA Dodgers, although as we mentioned yesterday, he's got a contract with a bunch of incentives in there. Might not be quite as much of a bargain by the end of the season if Hudson keeps doing what he's doing, but he's just another on the list of tremendous second basemen in the game these days. The Rangers have Ian Kinsler. They're ecstatic about that. And the Dodgers very much like their Orlando Hudson. Pops that one into shallow right field. Nelly Cruz on the run. He made 6 putouts yesterday. He's had a couple of balls hit his way already tonight.
Another ball off the handle, which when Scott's throwing well, you'll see a lot of that from the left-hand hitters.
And the Rangers trying to run their scoreless string from their pitching staff to an even 20 innings. The Rangers having tossed back-to-back shutouts. First time they've done that at home since 1981. You go back all that time, 28 years, it was Rick Honeycutt who was part of that run. In fact, it was a stretch of 5 straight shutouts, incredibly, at home for the Rangers in '81. Rick Honeycutt, now the LA Dodgers pitching coach. They've got a tremendous staff, you have to say, top to bottom, with Joe Torre in charge. You've got Honeycutt as the pitching coach. Don Mattingly is the hitting coach. Larry Boa and Mariano Duncan is your base coaches. And again, the Dodgers, the top team in the major leagues right now, statistically anyway, at 40-22. Bouncing ball. Chris Davis has got it near the chalk line. Inning over. Scoreless streak of 20 innings. And now the Rangers coming up against Randy Wolf in 2 minutes. Rangers will take their cuts against Randy Wolf tonight. The Rangers batting order presented by Southwest. Kinsler's batting average has dropped into the mid-260s, trying to pump that back up. Now you've got Young, Jones, Cruz, and Murphy after that. We'll talk a lot about Andrew Jones tonight. He had a very forgettable year as an LA Dodger last year. Chance to play against the Dodgers tonight. Bird, Davis, Saltalamacchia, Andrews, the bottom quadrant to that Ranger batting order. And as for Randy Wolf, we have seen his brother Jim Wolf this year. He's an umpire. In fact, he umpired a game that the Rangers played and won in Houston not too long ago. But now this is Randy Wolf. And here are the numbers on Randy Wolf.
He's having a good season. Not many walks, good number of strikeouts, less hits than innings pitched. He has struggled, though, in his last 2 starts. 11 runs in 12 innings, 15 hits in his last 2 starts.
He was flat out dominating against the Rangers in spring training. You and I saw him tag tune one up for 6 innings of 1-hit shutout baseball against the Rangers.
Yeah, and the other thing you don't want to be against him is a left-hand hitter. Left-hand hitters are 5 for 56 against him this year.
Which is why Blaylock is on the bench tonight, even though he had a home run yesterday.
But he's got a good fastball, a real good curveball. Last pitch was a slider. And he's got good command, good control. It's a pretty good changeup. Got all the pitches. Fastball, changeup, curveball, and slider. And good control.
And what the Dodgers announcers were telling us before the game is he's one of those guys that kind of pitches backward. Curveballs early in the count, fastballs later in the count. He just does keep you off balance over the course of 6 or 7 innings, which is pretty much what they expect from him, not 8 or 9.
He's gone at least 6 innings in 11 of his 13 starts, including his last 7. He's given up 1 earned run 5 times. 5 out of 13 starts, he's only given up 1 earned run.
He's been Mr. No Decision, too. He's got 9 of those already.
Yep. He's a guy basically between 2004 and 2007 did very little pitching. He's on the disabled list a couple of times with elbow tendonitis. He had Tommy John surgery, and he had left shoulder surgery as well, arthroscopic surgery. So a lot of DL time over that 4-year period. Came back last year and pitched pretty well for San Diego and Houston, signed by the Dodgers as a free agent. That's rather late in the process, too.
Yeah.
First part of February, just a couple weeks before spring training.
Oh, we've already talked about Hudson kind of late to the game for the Dodgers.
Yeah, both of these guys.
And yeah, I mean, another guy that's had great dividends paying off. Another one of the late to the game guys.
I think it's a sign of the economy that teams just didn't have the money to pay the free agents what they've gotten in the past. And it caused a lot of them to wait and not sign. And then right at the end, the Dodgers kind of swooped in and got Wolf and Hudson for, I'm sure, what they consider to be pretty good contracts. Not that the players are being forced to work for free. They're making a lot of money, but maybe not what they could have gotten the last couple of years in free agency.
Michael Young bombs away right field. That ball drifting to the track, and it's gathered in. Andre Ethier makes that catch, and we'll show you quickly the Dodger defense. Besides Ethier out there in the outfield, he's joined by Juan Pierre and Matt Kemp, who's got a terrific arm. Casey Blake, Rafael Furcal, Orlando Hudson, and James Loney, the Houston product. Russell Martin, the native Canadian, catching Randy Wolf. And it's funny, as Andrew Jones stepped to the plate, some of the Dodger fans got kind of vocal, booing Andrew Jones. Certainly Ranger fans have not been doing that. Andrew's been solid. Not an everyday player by any stretch, but already 5 home runs. That's 2 more than he had last year as an LA Dodger. Andrew is well aware it simply did not go well. He signed a huge contract to be a Dodger for a couple of years. Asked for and got his release from that contract. There was some, I guess, financial wrangling about that, how much money the Dodgers would still owe him, but he wanted a fresh start somewhere. He was overjoyed that it could be with the Rangers. He and Rudy Jaramillo, the Rangers hitting coach, have hit it off so well.
And what Andrew was willing to do, along with Scott Boras, his agent, is let the Dodgers pay him over an extended period of time with no interest, which essentially cut the value of his contract, but something he was willing to do to get a fresh start somewhere else.
The Dodger fans were very underwhelmed with the Andrew Jones experience last year. Reaches out for this one, taps it slowly to third. Bare hand pickup and a great play by Casey Blake. to end the inning. Rangers down in order, and at the end of one, there is no score. Dodgers tonight, we go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. Look what we found here. It's Karen Morris of the Texas Rangers here to talk about the upcoming alumni golf tournament, Karen.
That's right. We have a great event coming up July 30th at Texas Star Golf Course in Euless. It's the Ozarka Texas Rangers Alumni Legacy Golf Classic. You get to play with alumni players, hear the stories from back when they played. Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins, Nolan Ryan, and Rangers Hall of Famers Jim Sundberg will participate, along with a lot of fan favorites. And there are foursomes still available. It's a great event. Eddie Deans does the food. It's a fun time.
All right, for people who want to get involved, what do they need to do?
They need to visit TexasRangers.com or call 817-436-5933, or they can email foundation@TexasRangers.com.
There we go. Okay. Hey, real quick, Al Oliver's son's in the community corner tonight. Turn that hat around, Al. Turn that around. There we go. It looks a lot better now. Okay. Okay, you are from Arlington. Remember that. Okay.
Lamar High School.
Lamar High School. Good to have you in community corner. Appreciate it. Thank you, Josh.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. That ball fouled away by Casey Blake. You're not going to be able to play in that deal, are you?
No, it starts a little too late, but Al Oliver's son, I'm pretty sure that was him. That was he. Was an excellent receiver at Lamar High School a number of years ago.
Wave and a miss by Casey Blake, and Scott Feldman has his first strikeout of the night.
What did he do it with? A two-seam sinker. What a great pitch. Ball looked like a left-handed slider. No way you can take that pitch. There's a strike most of the way to the plate till right at the end. But all you could do with that, if you made contact, was hammer it right down into your foot like Furcal did. The cutter on the corner.
We got a challenger, by the way, for the highest pitched strike call of all home plate umpires. Jim Joyce has held that mantle for a long time in Major League Baseball. James Loney drifting one in a shallow left, and Elvis Andrus all the way back in front of Murphy to make the catch.
It's a real asset for an infielder to be able to go back for a pop-up. It's something you kind of take for granted, but it's something that some infielders do much better than others. As I've said this year, Omar Vizquel is the best one I've ever seen. And Elvis shows some pretty good range going back into left field on this little blooper. It's the third out that Scott's gotten on his cutter where the batters hit the ball right off the handle.
Elvis gets to more baseballs statistically than any other big league shortstop. There's that high pitch strike call from Adrian Johnson, one of the younger umpires in Major League Baseball. Called that strike on Mark Loretta. Right back to Feldman. Boy, just ate him up.
Did the same thing to the right-hand hitter with a different pitch. He threw the sinker in on his fist.
Feldman, like it's no big deal through 2 innings, no score. Have been as many as 11 games over 500 this year. Right now they're 10 games above at 35-25. They've got a nice 4.5 game lead in the AL West. The Angels won their game yesterday too. They beat the San Diego Padres, a team that Randy Wolf used to pitch for. It's 5.5 ahead of Seattle right now, 8 ahead of Oakland. There's that big slow curveball from Wolf, and again we mentioned a lot of curveballs early and fastballs later in the count. What to expect from this veteran left-hander, 32 years old.
If you have good control with your breaking ball, it's not a bad way to pitch. Most hitters go up there looking for the first good fastball they see, and if you can start them out with that slow curveball, Padilla does it a little bit for a strike, you're ahead in the count. That goes a long way toward consistently getting hitters out if you can start out ahead in the count.
Now the 2 curveballs flipped up there and then the fastball. Go back to that first one.
Big slow curveball.
The second one.
It's a sharp breaking curveball. It's not a hard curveball, but it breaks well.
And then the fastball again. 2 curves, 2 fastballs, and down goes Nelly Cruz.
It sets up an 88 mile an hour fastball to look a little bit harder than that.
Rangers still looking for their first base runner. You mentioned earlier, Tag, lefties have had a real tough time hitting Randy Wolf. David Murphy, one of just 2 lefties in the Ranger lineup tonight.
Same pitch, carbon copy. Outside corner.
Adrian Johnson gets some more calling strike practice. Not that time. To be honest, it was kind of an inconsistent strike zone last night. Larry Vanover, usually a very good balls and strikes guy, but kind of a tough first couple innings. That is strike 3 on the outside edge to Murphy.
We can see the kind of command that Wolf has. All of those fastballs right near the outside corner, one right after the other. Yeah, in the back of David's mind has to be that curveball. One of them was outside, the rest of them are right there on the corner. He just kept throwing the fastball in a very difficult location to hit it.
Marlon Byrd among the league leaders in doubles. He's got 19 of those, and he added his first triple of the year last night. Again, the Rangers a 6-0 win. That's their 5th shutout of the year already. And again, back-to-back shutouts at home now for the first time in 28 years. Dodgers are here for a day game tomorrow, and what's crazy, I think, Tag, is by tomorrow the Rangers will have played as many games against the LA Dodgers as against the LA Angels.
That's right.
Marlon Byrd will take a walk. There will be 16 more games against the Angels, and more it just looks like those are all going to be meaningful games in July, August, September. Ron Washington, who was an LA Dodger, debuted as a Dodger back in September of 1977 as a defensive replacement for Bill Russell in a game in Cincinnati. And the first time he got to the plate, he just missed having to face Tom Seaver. Pedro Borbon had just come in the game. And the first big league plate appearance for Wash, proudly wearing that Dodger uniform. Hit by a pitch by Pedro Borbon. Again, Wolf works that outside corner. 1-1 to Davis. Wolf has that ERA of about 3.6. The guy we're going to see tomorrow, Chad Billingsley, is at 2.7. I guess that's not surprising. For years, the Dodgers have been very much about the pitching. That goes back to their days in Brooklyn, really. But obviously, once they got to L.A. as well, that's a very pitcher-friendly park, Dodger Stadium.
Well, their pitching leads the National League. They've got a really solid starting staff, and then one of the best closers in baseball, Jonathan Broxton. Saved 14 games. Broxton has numbers that look like Little League numbers. 10 hits in 30 innings, 49 strikeouts.
And the guy we're going to see tomorrow, Chad Billingsley, a lot of strikeouts too.
Yep, one of the best starters in the National League for sure.
2-1 to Davis. Tracks it towards center field. Sinking fast, but on the run, and with a dive is Kemp to end the inning. And Davis hit that ball squarely, but the Rangers strand a man, and it's a scoreless game tonight after 2. just like you like it. The Rangers have the second best record in the American League. They're playing the team with the best record in the National League. A pretty nice little showcase tonight here in Arlington. The Dodgers and the Rangers scoreless into the third. Joe Torre guided the Dodger team into the playoffs last year. Actually got him to win a first-round series. That was newsworthy because since winning the World Series in '88, the Dodgers had won exactly one postseason game while losing a dozen of them from '88 through 2007. So upsetting the Cubs in last year's first round was pretty sweet. But they quickly got dispatched by the Phillies after that big sweep of Chicago. Feldman ahead of Russell Martin. Bouncing ball third base, scooped up by Michael Young. And he gets Russell Martin without a problem.
It's the 5th out already in 8 hitters that's been hit off the handle. A sinker, two-seam fastball is jamming the right-hand hitter, and the cutter is jamming the left-hand hitter.
Got an email here, Tag, from Ranger fan Don. Can you describe what exactly a cutter does? Kind of a slider without the spin of a slider? Is that
no? It's got that kind of spin. It doesn't break as much. A cutter is more like a fastball than a breaking ball. I won't explain exactly how you throw it, but basically you hold the ball off to the side just a little bit, put a lot of pressure with your middle finger, and throw it just like a fastball. You don't snap it off to try to make it break a lot. You're just trying to throw your fastball and make it cut 2 or 3 inches. It looks just like a fastball to the hitter. In fact, the velocity on a good cutter is almost what the velocity is on a regular fastball, only that late movement, those 2 or 3 inches, keeps the hitter from being able to hit it off the good part of the bat. It's not necessarily a strikeout pitch, but it's a hit. It's a pitch that's designed so that the batter hits it off the bad part of the bat.
Matt Kemp just did it right there, but it's snuck by Michael Young on into left. I think mostly righties throw the cutter, although Andy Pettit, I guess, has a fairly decent one. He's a lefty.
Yeah, lefties. I mean, there's a good number of lefties that throw the same pitch. I think all pitchers work on it to try to be able to utilize it in the game because it's such a good pitch. It's been Mariano Rivera's pitch. It's going to send him to the Hall of Fame. He throws the same pitch almost every pitch. And a good cutter, that movement, it looks like a fastball, but that movement, even if you know it's coming, it's very difficult to hit. The left-hand hitters, when they go up to face Scott, they know they're going to see some cutters. But that doesn't mean you're going to be able to hit it off the good part of the bat. If he throws it in where he wants it, you're still going to have a hard time hitting it.
And by the way, if you'd like to email the booth, if you are near a computer, absolutely. Rev it up. Send them along. FoxSports.com, and the keyword is Email Rangers. See if we can get to a few more emails tonight. We'll also check the out-of-town scores for you a couple times as we go tonight. Plenty of daytime action already today.
When Scott is pitching well, he has that pitch, and we've talked about this before, and then his two-seam fastball goes the other way, about the same amount. So he can throw you a pitch that comes in 2 or 3 inches on the fist of a left-hand hitter and then tails away 2 or 3 inches with his other pitch. And it's tough to counteract that as a hitter. And the pitcher can make the ball do the same thing in different directions.
Pumps it over the outside corner. It's 1-2. Juan Pierre not a power hitter at all. The guy he's replacing certainly was. Manny Ramirez is still suspended until July 2nd. But Pierre's been hitting a ton. He's got the second best batting average in the National League right now, just a few points behind David Wright of the Mets. How about the game the Mets lost to the Yankees yesterday? Was that incredible?
Boy. That one you don't see very much. A routine pop-up for the last out dropped. Look at that jam shot.
And Matt Kemp is going to be safe at second base, but Juan Pierre
nice try, Juan.
is out. Juan is going to stand there and hope that
he got hurt because of where the ball hit him on the bat. He's trying to act like it hit him in the foot.
Adrian Johnson said no.
He just got eaten alive by this cutter. This is pretty much the epitome of what we've talked about early in this game. What that cutter can do to a good hitter. It just comes right in, and that ball hit him almost off the fists.
You can see plainly it hit the dirt and not the foot. But down to second base is Kemp. Rafael Furcal, the batter. Remember, he did slam one off his foot and hobbled around for a while. His first at bat.
And you could see how that ball broke. That was a curveball. That breaks more than the cutter. It breaks more going from right to left, and it goes down. The cutter kind of goes sideways for the most part. There's one right off the hands. He's probably happy he didn't put that in play.
Kinsler absorbs one. Furcal, who doubled in the first inning, is the final out of the third inning. And Scott Feldman, a two-hitter right now. Still no score. Runs over the last week or so. Indeed, tonight, no score from the Rangers side, but the Dodgers have nothing yet either. That's because Scott Feldman continues to pitch exceptionally for the Rangers. And a nice big Saturday night crowd here tonight, watching in the heat and humidity as the Rangers try to get to Randy Wolf. Saltalamacchia lunging at one, pops it into shallow right. Orlando Hudson moving over. Probably 37,000 or so, maybe 38,000 at the ballpark this evening. There's a Reckless Kelly concert after the proceedings tonight.
Two good crowds. Evidently, we've got a good crowd tomorrow, too, for the day game.
Yeah, it should be a 40,000 crowd tomorrow. A 2:05 first pitch.
It's warm, too.
Yes, the fans are using fans.
Then after an off day, we've got the Astros coming in. Those are always well-attended games. A lot of interest in the Golden Boot. Silver Boot, I guess it is now.
Next year will be the Platinum Boot.
Maybe it always has been the Silver Boot. It's been a boot all the way along. Might have been a leather boot at first. I'm not sure.
Well, the Rangers have a nice 3-0 lead in pursuit of the boot at this point. In fact, the Rangers have not lost to a National League team yet. Andrews spins one foul.
Want to thank Barb Dittman, Josh, for the incredibly large batch of lemon blossoms.
Those were pretty good.
Mailed us. We've got them in the freezer. We've got them in the refrigerator. We've got them on display for anyone that wants one. They are absolutely delicious. Barb is exactly right. You can't eat just one. So thank you very much, Barb.
What does it say after you can't eat just one?
Well, I had to ask what that is. It says LOL. And
you remember?
I'm glad I've got you next to me. Yes. Laugh out loud.
There you go.
I might be able to tweet before the year's over. Is that a kind of an expression you use for tweet?
Kinda, yeah. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but yeah. Andrew strikes out number 2. On the out-of-town scoreboard, one non-interleague game. That's the Astros and Diamondbacks. They're scoreless tonight in the 3rd. Detroit and Pittsburgh. It is not just Game 7 of the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to the Penguins, by the way. But Detroit and Pittsburgh in interleague baseball action. And the Pirates lead the Tigers 8-3 tonight.
The only really fallen back this year is Armando Galarraga.
Yeah, he was Mr. Everything for the Tigers last year, but
he was tough against the Rangers in Detroit, but I don't think he's been tough against anybody since then.
He's been just kind of a guy.
Yep.
But the Tigers have Rick Porcello and Verlander and Edwin Jackson, so they're not complaining.
No. Tigers get to postseason play. They'll be a force with those 3 guys.
The Tigers have a 4-game lead on Minnesota right now. The Rangers have the largest lead of any of the first place teams in the American League right now.
How about the guy from Minnesota today who was involved in a shutout? I don't know if he threw a shutout, but he threw shutout innings as a starter. What's his name? Schwartzak? Schwartzak.
And then he got sent out.
He did?
Yeah. Anthony Schwartzak.
Man, they'll teach you to throw shutout innings.
You just shut out the Cubs at Wrigley. Here's your ticket to Rochester, New York. On the ground, dribbling into left, a base hit for Kinsler. And the first hit for the Rangers tonight. Before we leave that Twins-Cubs series, Tag, did you see how badly Milton Bradley was getting it handed to him by the Cubs fans
today?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday I saw that. That was one of the best right there.
Well, Milton had a couple of tough chances where he was losing baseballs in the sun. Then he got a late jump trying to catch a Michael Kadire bloop double. And then it got a lot worse because in the 8th inning, Joe Mauer hits a fly ball. Milton caught it, and then he thought the inning was over, so he kind of posed for a few seconds and then threw the baseball into the stands. But that was only out number 2, and that was a problem. A run scored on that play.
The run might, I don't know how, I couldn't tell how deep he was on the replay. There was men on 1st and 3rd. I don't know if he could have thrown the guy out or not, but at least the guy on 1st went all the way over to 3rd. And even if there was nobody on base, it would have been funny, just not knowing how many outs there were. But Milton had a good comeback. He said, my heart was in the right place.
He had a great quote from that, too. He said, it was messed up. It was, too. Michael Young sends one to the right field foul line and back into the crowd.
On one of the shows last night, they went on to show about the 6 or 7 other times where a fielder had done the same thing.
Oh, it's absolutely happened.
They were pretty funny. Larry Walker was one of the best.
That was at Dodger Stadium. Trot Nixon had one in Boston.
I like when they do it, give it to the fan, they realize what happened, then they race back to try to take the ball out of the fan's hand. Too late.
Two strikes to count to Michael Young. In the air, right field. Ethier's there. And yes, there are 3 outs, so he can come on in. No score at the end of 3 at the ballpark tonight. Our series presented by Chevy comes to Arlington next week. That's the Astros series that Tom was talking about. And on the Tuesday night game, the first 7,500 kids 13 and under get a Red Rangers batting helmet, courtesy of Dr. Pepper. Call 972-RANGERS or go to TexasRangers.com to get your tickets. And look right there. There's a Red Rangers batting helmet, modeled tough guy style by a guy slightly over 13. That's the great Fritz Dykert right there.
That's Bull Dykert.
Bull, like Luzinski?
Yep. The Bull.
That's a time-honored classic sports nickname right there, the Bull.
Is.
Now the man they call Scooter, Scott Feldman. Little looper here beyond Young. That's going to drop. It's a base hit for Hudson. A leadoff hit for Hudson.
That's one of the best jam shots of the night right there.
Now, but in a scoreless game, you got a fast guy running now for the LA Dodgers. If it's a fish, you throw it back, but you never throw back a base hit. Remember, the Dodgers yesterday stranded 11. They've had base runners in 3 out of 4 innings so far tonight, still haven't scored. Here's a cleanup man, Ethier. And he clubs one into right center. Marlon Byrd coming. Marlon Byrd has got it. What a nice job he's done in place of Josh Hamilton in center field. Casey Blake will come up next. First, we go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. You talked about it, the big post-game concert. Reckless Kelly, this is Willie Braun. And you guys big baseball fans?
Huge baseball fans, yeah.
And what can we expect after the game? The patio all set up, ready to go. You got a big crowd on hand?
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good down there. We did sound check a little while ago, and it's a nice little spot, so everybody ought to have a good time tonight.
All right, what's next for Reckless Kelly after tonight? Where do you guys go? Yeah, I mean, it's like a world tour here, huh?
Yeah, we're all over the place these days. We stay pretty busy, but the next thing we're going to do around here will be Mayfest, which is going to be rescheduled. Obviously, it's not May, but I think the 12th of July we'll be here in Fort Worth, yeah, so come on out.
There we go. All right, Willie, we'll let you get back to work, and good seeing you, and good luck after the game, the big post-game concert. Josh?
Thank you, Jim. And, yeah, thankfully tonight doesn't look like weather is going to be an issue for an outdoor concert. Last night, that would have been a big-time problem. It never did rain here at the ballpark last night. That was stunning. We saw quite the lightning show. And we heard thunder all night. The sky turned colors that, I mean, really, we usually don't see.
It looked like it was right next door. I'm probably 10 or 12 miles south of here, and it didn't rain at my house either. I would have sworn it was pouring there as dark as it was in right field.
Certainly hot and humid tonight, but no threat of rain. Rangers have that infield of double play depth. The Rangers have turned quite a few double plays this year, 68 of them. That's their forward leaderboard for tonight. And the nice thing that kind of complements that, the Rangers haven't hit into that many double plays. Only 28. But I guess it makes sense, you know, when you talk about turning double plays. The Rangers have a pitching staff that's been told pitch to contact, make them hit it, just not on the good part of the bat. Then you've got an airtight infield defense that'll go and get whatever's hit. Chris Davis scoops anything that's down in the dirt over there at first base. Runner goes. Saltalamacchia throws, and it skips away from Kinsler. Hudson gets up and goes to third. Well, that's too bad. In a scoreless game, now you've got that potential first run at third base. 2-2 the count to Blake.
Had a pretty good shot at him, and normally Salty, I think, would have thrown him out. But the ball sinks down and away. If that's his normal throw on top of the bag, then he guns him down. Infield in a scoreless game.
Blake's a tough guy to strike out. Let's see if Scott Feldman has a strikeout pitch here in his arsenal. Ground ball. Kinsler dives. Holds the runner. Throws out Blake.
Well, the runner at third is told wait for the ball to go through. I think if Hudson got a really good jump with his speed, he probably could have scored on it. But a nice play by Ian, who had the presence to catch the ball and look at the runner. He went back to third, and he throws him out at first. The Rangers did the same thing last night. Stolen base, ball into center field. Runner went to third with one out, but they pitched around it. And if they can get Loney right here, they will have done it again. But another ball hit off the handle. That's the 8th out. Hit off the handle of the bat.
Now, as you said, James Loney has a 2-out opportunity. He had a few of those yesterday and just could not connect. Though he did give Marlon Byrd a run for his money in one of those at bats early in the game. A ball that Marlon lost in the twilight for just a moment, but then found. Kinsler waiting. Kinsler's got it. And that's the end of the inning.
He faked a third and the runner stopped like he had to go back. Neither one of them were sure how many outs there were.
Milton Bradley says that's 3 outs.
better to act like there's not 3 outs than to think there is when there's not.
Scott Feldman has needed only 37 pitches to get through 4 innings, and in large measure, Tag, I think that's because only 10 of his 37 pitches have not been strikes.
Well, this is as well as Scott's thrown, and he's making a lot of good pitches tonight. They've made 8 outs that have been noticeably hit off the handle, and a couple of the others, even that line drive to second, I'm not going to count that one because it was hit semi-hard, but it was still hit toward the handle. They really haven't centered one on the good part of the bat yet. A good command for Scott tonight. Real good.
So nothing would make Andrew Jones feel better than getting something done against the Dodgers tonight. He heard it from Dodger fans, really, according to Andrew, right from opening day last year as a Dodger. Never did feel comfortable, was never completely healthy. Going to roll one to third base. He's now 0 for his last 17. A lot of ground balls suddenly from Andrew. Not nearly as many line drives as we saw back in April and the early part of May.
Wolf can really pitch. He's got excellent assortment of pitches. Sneaky fastball, slider, good changeup, and throwing a lot of good curveballs. And the key to his curveball is he throws most of them for strikes, but tough strikes.
No, he threw 2 real good ones to Nelly Cruz to start him off his last at bat.
And they're not the kind of curveballs that you can get good swings at because he keeps them, he backdoors them to the outside corner. He keeps them down. He hasn't hung one yet.
And his arm slot's exactly the same too. I think, you know, the point at which he recoils you can't really tell what it's going to be. Cruz lines to center, quickly 2 out, and David Murphy coming up. Quickly tag some other scores that we didn't get to. The Royals lead the Reds tonight 5-3 at the end of 5. The Braves have a home run from Adam Jones tonight. They lead Baltimore. Or excuse me, Baltimore's got the home run from Adam Jones. But the Braves lead Baltimore 4-2 in the 6th. Marlins beat the Blue Jays 6-5 in Toronto. And the White Sox hammered the Brewers today in Milwaukee 7-1. That was Jose Contreras pitching well again. Remember, Contreras looked like he was on his way out.
He sure did.
When he pitched against the Rangers. He's come back with back-to-back 2 hitters now since coming back from AAA.
Yeah, the last one was a complete game.
Murphy spoils another pretty good pitch, 2-2. Cardinals beat the Indians today 3-1. They got a pair of homers from Albert Pujols. Numbers 21 and 22. Yeah, it's a pretty good year right there. Mets got another home run today from Gary Sheffield. And this time they had enough in the tank to hang on and win. They beat the Yankees 6-2. 17 hits in that game for the Mets, but only 6 runs. The Rays beat the Nationals 8-3. Ben Zobrist, another home run, number 13. Dallas Baptist product. And former Ranger Carlos Pena hit number 20. Murphy putting foul balls all over the place here.
He's had some good swings too against a guy who's given up an opponent's batting average of about 080 against left-hand hitters. But David's had some real good swings at his fastball and hung in there against the breaking balls.
In play this time, left field. That ball taking off, but Juan Pierre is after it and makes the catch. So this pitcher's duel continues. We're at the end of 4, and there is still no score. SOAR series. Events designed especially for women, and on June the 27th, experts from the Medical Center of Arlington will discuss ways women can improve health and well-being. You go to that, you also get tickets to that evening's Rangers-Padres game. TexasRangers.com/women. is the website address to go to. Yes, the Padres will be in a couple of weekends from now. Former Padre, San Diego resident Mark Loretta takes down an outside. Got a guy from Northern California out there on the mound. That's Scott Feldman. He is dazzling the Dodgers tonight. Working quick, throwing strikes. One thing we should point out right now, Tag, that might become an issue as we get later in the game. There is a bank of lights that is not operating right now.
See that?
Yeah, and both managers, I guess, went out and talked to the umpires in between innings about what all is going to happen with that. Another one in on the hands of a hitter. And down goes Loretta.
Generally, when you talk about a pitcher dominating a game, you look at all the strikeouts that he's had. In this particular game, Scott, through 4 1/3, has completely dominated this game. They haven't hit a ball hard yet. Furcal's double was almost hit hard, but the 2 ground balls for hits were not hit hard, and none of the outs have been hit hard.
Now Russ Martin. A malfunctioning breaker, we are being told, responsible for that bank of lights that's out. And specialists are on the way. They're going to reset the transformer, and hopefully that'll happen quickly enough. And by the time it's getting dark, I mean really dark, that bank of lights will be working. And therefore, at that point, we would not have any kind of light delay. Kinsler waits and again is able to make a play. Not a lot of real line drives being hit by the Dodgers. Some looping line drives.
There hasn't been a ball hit hard yet.
2 down in the inning. We go to Jim Knox.
How about this, Josh? The Irving MacArthur class of '69, a 40-year reunion on hand tonight. Having a good time, huh? There we go. Barbara Papfuss on hand. This was your great idea. Why is that?
Well, because I work for the Rangers, and there's nothing better to do than come to a Ranger game.
Yeah, Barbara is John Daniels' assistant right here. I guess secretary, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there we go. Okay, does everybody look the same, right?
Oh, sure. Everybody looks exactly the same as they did 40 years ago.
So you recognized everybody?
Everybody.
And how many on hand tonight?
About 70.
That's great, great. What about you, sir? Everybody look the same?
No, everybody's really lost their hair.
Well, you guys have a good time. Good seeing you. And go Irving MacArthur, class of '69. Way to go. Good to have you at the ballpark. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and welcome everybody. This is, I guess, a time of year where people are getting their reunions going. I'm hearing a lot about reunions over the last week or two. You've been back for yours, Tag, in Pittsfield?
Not lately. My wife and I went back for, boy, number 20, 25, and I was back there for maybe 30. But we haven't been back for one since.
Kinsler on one hop. Keeps this thing moving along for Scott Feldman. 56 pitches to get through 5 innings. Large and in charge, no score. out the all-new F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag. It's on.
Well, Josh, we've been talking about Scott Feldman and dominating the game without the Dodgers hitting a ball hard. You have to say the same thing about Wolf. The Rangers haven't hit a ball hard yet against him either. Different type of pitcher. Scott featuring mostly hard stuff. Two-seam fastballs and cutters, mixed in some good curveballs. Wolf using all his pitches. A lot of slow curveballs, but Rangers have yet to hit one hard.
That one's hit to right field by Marlon Byrd.
That's close.
It's getting there, but still the only Ranger hit was Kinsler in the third inning with 2 out. Rangers also had a 2-out walk in the second, but so Ranger team at suddenly tag is hurting for power. 1 home run in the last 37 innings. That is very un-Ranger-like.
Well, as long as they keep allowing no runs to the other team, you can kind of work around it. There's been years where without the home run, you had really no shot to win a game.
Those are the games that Ron Washington loves to win, like a 3-2 kind of game where all you did was get some singles and walks, move guys around, make some plays defensively. That pitching and defense mantra has carried the Rangers in 2009. A time-honored baseball maxim that the 3-run homer does not show up every day, but things like defense and team speed, pitching, those things are a bit more constant. Speaking of defense or lack thereof, how about the Phillies making 3 errors in the first inning tonight, letting Boston score 5 times in the top of the first.
Wow.
That game is 5-0 in the second now. Strike taken by Davis. Now, he's been making some strides on this homestand, but he continues to lead the majors in strikeouts as he takes a called third strike right there for his 91st strikeout of the year. Two down for Saltalamacchia, who did not play last night, but boy, what a nice job Taylor Teagarden did stepping in last night.
Had a huge 2-run double. Had a double earlier in the game and scored a run, so 2 big doubles actually.
Saltalamacchia towards center field, base hit down in front of Kemp. Looked like he kind of got it off the end of the bat there, but that's fine. It's a 2-out hit, bringing up Elvis Andrus.
Now that's one where it's probably better off to hit it a little bit off the end of the bat because it dumped right in front of the center fielder. If he hit it right off the good part of the bat, it probably would have carried all the way out to.
Elvis leading American League rookies in hits and in runs scored. There's that big curve that drops down too low. Slapped into the crowd, a big crowd on a Saturday night, as we mentioned, and it seems like it's only gotten bigger as we've gone along. Not that it would be getting, you know, less crowded as the night went along.
There's a lot more people in the stands now than there was when the game first started, no doubt about it. I think you're looking at 40,000. We were thinking mid-30s, but might be up to 40,000.
A big crowd again expected tomorrow, and decent crowds obviously all next week with the Astros in town. 972 Rangers, number to call to get your tickets. Come see a First Place Ball Club, 35-25, the Rangers record. Andrews towards the alley in right center field. Ethier has got it. Another 2-out base runner, and the Rangers can't do much with that. We're at the end of 5 tonight. There is no score. lights out pitching performance from both Scott Feldman and Randy Wolf right now. And not to be glib, but we got an issue right now, and it is with the lights. We mentioned that there's the one bank of lights here that has flickered out. And apparently we are told the power company is on its way trying to get that fixed, but they have not gotten it fixed yet. Now that we're at the end of 5 innings and it's starting to get dark, that one bank of lights is enough of a problem that the umpires have said we're going to wait until the electric company can get here and get those lights working.
Well, there are some banks of lights. If they were out, you could keep playing. Problem with this one is it shines on the first base side of home plate. And the reason the umpires stopped it now is each team has completed the 5th inning. If you go out now, which you probably could because it's just beginning to get dark, and Scott pitched the top of the 6th in the twilight, and then they had to stop it, then it wouldn't be fair because when the Dodgers came back to pitch, the lights would be on, it would be bright. So now is the fair time to stop the game after a complete inning. And because that bank of lights illuminates home plate, they're going to have to wait. You'll probably see as we go toward third base a little bit brighter on the other side. Tough to tell. But you can definitely tell as you look down at the field. Actually, over there, it is brighter than it is over here.
Yep, and obviously it'll only become more stark as we go along tonight. So, boy, from the files, it was too good to last. You know, I mean, this game was just flying along with both the pitchers needing, on average, about 11 pitches per inning.
And what you definitely don't want to see is about an hour and a half delay till these lights come on, because now it's problematic for both Wolf and Feldman to come back out. They haven't thrown many pitches, but they've each pitched 5 innings. And if you have to sit for 20 or 25 minutes, that's like a real long inning. But if it's much longer than that, then there's some question as to whether the manager wants to bring the pitcher back out after he sat for such a long time, after he's so far into the ball game.
Isn't that amazing that last night, with all the incredibly nasty weather around, we never did get a delay? Tonight, a little bit hot, but I mean mostly delightful. No problem with weather. And a 0-0 game into the 6th inning. It's moving along. Lickety split. You got the big concert set for after, and of all things, a bank of lights decides to go out. So they're going to have to hold the ball game, and I guess for both pitchers, Tag, really unfortunate because Randy Wolf was slicing and dicing, and so was Scott Feldman tonight. You don't want to be taken off your rhythm, but both pitchers will have that happen for him now.
Really, in this ball game, there hasn't been a ball hit really well on the center of the bat the whole night by either team. Both pitchers have been terrific.
And as mentioned earlier, there's some games tonight in and around baseball where baseballs are flying all around. There's some high scores out there today and tonight, but this is a game that's 0-0 into the 6th inning. A lights delay right now. Updating some of those scores for you while we're waiting it out. The Pirates lead the Tigers tonight 9-3. Well, the Tigers, of course, as we've talked about, they've been getting some great pitching all year, and they lead the AL Central. The Braves still lead the Orioles 4-2 in the 7th inning now in Baltimore. The Rockies are going for, believe it or not, a 10-game winning streak. They started that winning streak at 20-32. They're now up to 29-32. And they're scoreless with the Mariners in the 2nd inning tonight. Kansas City's got a 6-3 lead on the Reds. That's in the 6th. And the Angels are now underway with the Padres. No score in the 1st inning. Marlins beat the Blue Jays 6-5 today. That game took place up in Toronto. A couple of home runs for Albert Pujols today. The Cardinals beat the Indians 3-1. The Mets over the Yankees 6-2. And the Rays had a 7-run 6th inning. They whomped on the Nationals by the final of 8-3. And let me ask you, Tag, about Tampa Bay. I mean, this is a team that went to the World Series last year. They now have kind of hoisted themselves back to, well, they're 33-31 now, so they're 2 games over. They're 5.5 games out in the AL East, but they've got to get past Toronto, New York, and Boston. That is some kind of division.
Yeah, it's a great division, and Tampa Bay is an excellent team. But they do run into a little bit of a problem when you've got 3 good teams ahead of them. The thing they've got going for them is there's a lot of baseball left, and a lot of that baseball for Tampa Bay will be played against the teams that are ahead of them, so they can make up some ground. Scott Kazmir has been injured and ineffective this year. I saw where he'd thrown 4 innings of rehab, and he'll be coming back soon. They get him back in the rotation. That'll help. David Price, the #1 pick in the draft a couple of years ago, is up and throwing well. They're scoring as many runs as any team in baseball right now. They've got an excellent lineup, and so they're going to be a factor. They're not out of it. They're 6 games out, 2 games behind Toronto, 4 games behind the Yankees, 6 games behind the Red Sox.
There's your AL East up to the minute here, with Boston again on top. The Red Sox are one team in the American League with a better record than the Rangers right now. But the Rangers can say that they took 2 out of 3 in Boston, and that's been a very tough place for them to win over the last few years, is Fenway.
Yep, they went in there and pitched well. Both Millwood and Padilla went in there and shut down the Red Sox. That's a high-powered offense, especially in that ballpark. They kept the crowd quiet late in the game. So many times you go in there and you're playing a pretty good game. You've got a little bit of a lead. You're feeling pretty good. And then you can almost feel it happening, where the Red Sox get a little something going. The fans get behind it, and you can feel the lead slipping away. But in that series, the Ranger bullpen late in the game came in and shut down the Red Sox and preserved both of those victories. So it was really sweet. They hammered Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Yeah. Hey,
they got excellent pitching.
As long as we're in this delay, that's something the fans can do to pass the time. As vote the Rangers to the All-Star game in 2009. Fans have been doing a great job of that so far. They've got Elvis Andrus close. They got Michael Young close. Ian Kinsler is right now the leading second baseman. And Josh Hamilton is on the list of starting outfielders as well. Jason Bay, Josh, and Ichiro. You see Salty right now second behind Joe Mauer. What a year Joe Mauer has had. I mean, seriously, a guy that missed the first 5 weeks of the season is already up to 13 home runs. Just a couple of years ago, he had 9 home runs for the entire season.
Yeah, he's just coming into his own now. He got to the big leagues so young. He was tall and lanky with a beautiful swing. He's won batting championships, and now the power's starting to come along with it. But that's a tough lineup. We talked about it last night, with Justin Morneau in the top 5 in all the offensive categories. Jason Kubel having a big year. You got 3 guys in the middle of their lineup that are tough to contend with right now. Good young pitching staff. They throw a lot of strikes. Joe Nathan, one of the better closers in baseball. They really haven't played great baseball this year. They're a 500 team, but they're only 3.5 games behind the Tigers right now. They'll be a factor all season long.
There's that AL Central up to the moment. If you're just joining us, we are in a lights delay in Arlington. There's one renegade bank of lights that's decided not to cooperate, and we're waiting it out in a great pitcher's duel tonight. Scott Feldman and Randy Wolf have matched each other 0 for 0 so far in a game that was just flying by. That was, I guess, too good to be true. And the players, if they want to now, they can retreat to the air-conditioned comfort of the clubhouses, right? But a lot of the guys are hanging around. And
yeah, I think you're probably better off if you go into the clubhouse, coming back out, getting acclimated to this kind of weather. You don't have any idea when the lights are going to come back on, though. That's the problem.
Steve Lyons just walked into the booth, the great Dodger announcer, the guy that once pulled his pants down on the field. What do you need, Psycho? The lights are out. Yeah, Thanks for stopping. All right. I guess they're off the air in L.A. already, but.
Did you hear what he just said?
No, I did not.
He said the electric company just called him and said if he can be here between 8 and 5 on Tuesday, they'll be here. That's a pretty good line.
Hey, real quick. Well, not real quick. We got nothing but time here. We mentioned we get to some emails, and hey, what better time to get to emails than during the Renegade Bank of Lights delay. Ranger fan Seth from Abilene says, I know you guys just got back from a long road trip. What do we do for fun after the games, you and me?
What I do for fun is I get home as fast as I possibly can, watch 5 minutes of television, and go to bed. That's what I do for my fun.
Woo! Party on, dude.
That's about what I do.
All right.
Actually, I take the dogs for a walk every night, too.
I stand corrected in my snarkiness then. There you
do that. Maybe have a little small bite to eat. If there's a couple of games on, I might watch the DirecTV package, watch a little baseball maybe.
All right. Now, Ranger fan Joe has a great question here. Wants to know, with Randy Wolf pitching tonight, and Jim Wolf, as we've said, is a big league umpire, can one brother be on the mound and the other one have home plate? I actually do know that one. No, they can't.
They can't.
Yeah, Major League Baseball has said, even though it's not that they don't trust Jim Wolf to call it fair, it's not fair to put him in that situation.
You'd almost force the umpire to be unfair to the pitcher because he wouldn't want to be accused of favoritism. It'd almost probably go the other way.
It's a lose-lose.
Yeah,
they just don't want to put Jim Wolf in that situation. But now we'll get to some other emails in just a second. But one thing just to talk about in general, the big crowds have come out, and obviously there's kind of a burgeoning sense of Ranger fever right now. You were here, Tag. Obviously, you were on the air in '96 and '98 and '99, and I wasn't here yet. So I put it to you. Here in 2009, does this take you back? I mean, is this the same kind of sense that you got from that kind of gathering storm 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah, you know, you have to win for the first time, and until you do, there's a wait-and-see attitude. So I think the first time the Rangers went to postseason play, that wait-and-see attitude lingered until after the All-Star break. But then as you got toward the end of the season, it was really exciting here. I remember a playoff game here against the Yankees, the first game back, the first time after the Rangers has lost a couple of games in New York. That was as loud and boisterous a crowd as I've ever seen in this ballpark. So the fans are coming out. They're excited. Probably have a little bit of a wait-and-see attitude. The players understand that. They know they haven't won and that the season's got a long way to go. But as it gets later in the season, I think you'll see some tremendous excitement in the stands for sure.
Cookie?
I've had a couple of those lemon drops. Not right now, maybe a little bit later.
All right.
Depending on how long it takes for these lights to come back, we might hang on to those for later on in the ball game.
Well, again, if you're just joining us and wondering why we're talking about absolutely nothing, we are in a lights-out delay here at the ballpark. One bank of lights just not cooperating, and we're waiting until they can get that fired up again. We'll take a quick timeout and come back and tell you what all the news is in just a moment. Again, we are not allowed to head to the sixth inning quite yet until they fix the bank of lights that is out over the first base dugout. And patiently, this big crowd waits and waits and waits. Some of the crowd is with our Jim Knox.
All right, Josh, a lot of the crowd, of course, are waiting, but hey, they're still upbeat, ready to go. We got some interesting signs here. What does that say?
You can read, Jim.
I thought I'd let him tell about his sign. He's got to see what it says. These are not your old daddy Rangers. Very nice. And you made a nice little sign here.
Yes, it says the Rangers have the best ingredients.
Listen.
We got
very nice.
Hamilton.
Tea Garden. I got lettuce. And we got a birthday going on here. What's your name? Joe. How old are you?
25. Believe it or not.
We got the Target. We got some Dodger fans out here. A lot of excitement in center. They're just waiting on the lights. Just everybody.
We can just let this ride for about the next 40 minutes, Tag. Just, you know, let Jim interview every person out there. I guess Jim's done with his intrepid report. Is that it, Jim?
Yeah, so what's that, Josh? Go ahead.
No, anything else, or are we done?
No, you know, we were waiting for some guys dressed up in kilts tonight. I think they went, okay, I think they made a run to the restroom, but they'll be back here in the center. But right next to us, the Dodger bullpen, news has it that they locked one of the relief pitchers in the restroom down in the bullpen. They have a rope tied to the back of a pole in the Dodger bullpen, so they're already pulling some pranks down there. And I'm not sure what reliever they have out there. It's probably not the closer, though, to be safe to say. But they are pulling some pranks in the old Dodger bullpen right now. But all these fans having a good time, right? Yes, indeed.
All right, Jim, thank you. Well, if you're going to be a reliever, I guess the restroom's not a bad place to be, but maybe not, you know, for half an hour. All right, with the Rangers and the Dodgers now officially waiting this one out for longer than we were hoping. And even though we know Jim could carry it for another 40 minutes, we are told that indeed it's going to be a while. And it's unfortunate the way Feldman's pitching, the way Wolf is pitching. But we will see if indeed the Rangers can crank it up again with the LA Dodgers. For now, we're going to send you to some alternate programming here on My 27. Third rock from the sun. Never thought we'd be throwing it to third rock in the 6th inning tonight, but here we go. As again, this game is being delayed here in Arlington. And you're looking live at the problem. There is a bank of lights that is out and will not come back on without the help of the power company. And they are en route. We are told that it's going to be probably about another 20-30 minutes possibly before those lights are operational again. And that's what we're waiting for. It's a pitcher's duel tonight. Randy Wolf for the Dodgers. Scott Feldman has been, no pun intended, lights out for the Rangers. So we're looking at dueling zeros through 5 innings tonight. It's been a very well played, very crisp baseball game, and this big crowd of about 40,000 waiting along with the Rangers right now for the resumption of baseball tonight. We're told that we will have baseball again, but we just got to wait for the lights. And while we're waiting, more John Lithgow greatness, more Third Rock coming your way right now on My 27. Says it, the Dodgers and the Rangers were just steamrolling through a zeros fest tonight. Nothing through 5. Then it became apparent that that bank of lights that went out was not going to come back on. And here we sit waiting for the electric company to fix a breaker, we're told. And the electric company is here. They're working on the problem. A very patient gathering of about 39,000 fans are just hanging out. So all the little puns are available for us. We're trying not to let you sit in the dark here, and we're trying to keep you up to speed and up to date on what's happening. We just don't have any new news for you right now. They will fix it when they can fix it. And the Rangers and the Dodgers will resume play then in a very good, very crisply played ball game so far. No score through 5. And Juan Pierre is set to lead things off for the Dodgers when the lights come back in Arlington. For now, though, more Third Rock from the Sun on My 27. A real big John Lithgow fan. We were hoping, well, not really hoping to continue with third rock from the sun, but that's not an option now. We have power. At 8:17 North Texas time, it was determined that it was too dark. And then at about 9:42 North Texas time, the lights flickered back on, and the fans reacted as though the Rangers had an important playoff win. And after, well, seriously, Tag, after an hour and a half of hanging out, waiting, and not knowing if this game would ever resume, what a relief to see those lights come back on. I'm sure the Rangers, top to bottom, from Nolan Ryan on down, very relieved to see that bank of lights did flicker back to life after all of that. Got 38,000 people here tonight. You don't want to suspend this game. Nothing after 5. It's been a great game so far. It is going to resume, we are told, in about, well, maybe 9 or 10 minutes. And Scott Feldman will not be on the mound when this game does start up again. Too long of a wait. And Eddie Guardado will take over in a game that has been all about the pitching and the defense so far. Rangers nothing, and the Dodgers nothing.
Yeah, the two people you feel the worst for are Randy Wolf and Scott Feldman. I mean, these two guys were pitching gems tonight. Very few balls came close to being hit hard. We're in the midst of what might have been one of the better pitching duels in the history of this ballpark, the way these two guys were throwing.
What'd you like about Feldman?
Well, Scott had all his pitches working, especially his cutter to the left-hand hitters. There were 9 balls, 9 outs in 5 innings, hit dramatically off the handle, and a few more that weren't hit very well either, just knocking the bat out of their hands. They had a couple of balls hard. That ball was hit fairly hard to Kinsler. And from the Dodgers standpoint, Randy Wolf was the same thing. He threw an outstanding game. Excellent curveball, very effective fastball, good command of all his pitches. The Rangers didn't hit anything hard either. But after 5 innings, there was a total of 5 hits, maybe a couple of balls hit hard, and both pitchers in complete control of this game with low pitch counts. It looked like both of them were going to be able to pitch at least into the 7th, 8th inning, and maybe into the 9th inning. Who knows, the way they were throwing. It's just a shame for both of them that they couldn't continue. But after that long of a delay, I guess what it was, an hour and 45 minutes, hour and 50 minutes, you just can't come back out after you've already thrown 75 or 80 pitches.
So the night that the lights went out in Arlington is how we'll remember this one. And now it's a matter of what happens from here. The Rangers haven't scored yet. The Dodgers haven't scored yet. The Angels, by the way, are winning their game tonight convincingly, 7-1 over the Padres. That game's all the way into the 7th. A couple of home runs for Torrey Hunter in that game. And we'll see who's going to break through first in this one. Again, in just about maybe 3 or 4 minutes, we'll be getting it going again. When we come back, Eddie Guardado will be on the mound and facing Juan Pierre in the resumption of baseball in Arlington. We're back with that right after this. In Major League Baseball in 2009, but Eddie Guardado We'll be getting things going now, and apparently when the LA Dodgers get things moving again, Corey Wade will be on the mound. So the Feldman versus Randy Wolf experience is over. It's now the Verizon call to the bullpen. Eddie Guardado usually comes in around the 7th or 8th. Tonight, Mr. Greavy is in the 6th.
Well, it's a good opportunity for Eddie to come in and pick up a win. And with all due respect to the pitchers that are coming in, if I'm a hitter in this game, I'm not disappointed to see Feldman and Wolf out of the game. It was tough hitting tonight. Two pitchers at their best, putting up 5 zeros apiece. Now it'll be the bullpen's job to try to bring it home for both teams. Eddie will get first crack at it.
About 3 hours along tonight and not a run on the board. An hour and 15 minutes of actual game time, about an hour 40, hour 45 of a power outage delay. But Eddie Guardado is about to get things resumed. And a reminder, the game tomorrow, a 2:05 first pitch. Derek Holland for the Rangers, a 22-year-old against Chad Billingsley. Rangers have the day off Monday, then the Houston Astros are in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that Lone Star Series. Well, the fans, I got to give the fans a lot of credit, Tag. I'm sure it must have been very frustrating for them, but from where we sat and where we were able to canvas, I mean, they were a very understanding, very patient lot. They never assembled into a mob mentality or anything like that. They just kind of rolled with the punches tonight. So great job, fans. It was obviously an inconvenience for you and for the players and for everybody tonight.
Well, the one thing, I'm sure there were some fans that looked out at the field and said, why can't they play? The lights were still on except for that one bank of lights. And until that bank of lights went back on, you really couldn't tell how dark it was. But that bank of lights lights up home plate, lights up the field in front of the Ranger dugout. And it's just too dangerous with pitchers throwing 95 miles an hour to let a hitter go up there and not be able to see the ball the way you can during a normal game. And it looked bright enough, I think, to maybe the average fan, but to a big league player batting against a big league pitcher, it just wasn't bright enough.
Juan Pierre will spin one into left, and he's a threat to run. Getting all that playing time with Manny Ramirez suspended. Now Rafael Furcal to the plate. So Feldman ends up going 5 innings, allowing 3 hits, no runs. And kind of like Millwood the other night, very low strikeout total. Millwood had 1 in 7 2/3. Feldman had 1 strikeout in 5 innings tonight.
He only had 1 strikeout, but boy, he had a lot of at-bats. Right, the hitter would rather have struck out than hit the ball the way they did.
And again, top to bottom, that's what the Rangers are all about this year. Go ahead and let him hit it. Just don't let him hit it well. Let your defense do the work.
Well, there's some sore thumbs after those 5 innings.
Healthy lead for Pierre. He's going. Saltalamacchia stands and fires. It is into center field. Pierre gets up. He's heading to third with nobody out in the 6th inning.
On both of those throws, Ian the first time and Elvis that time, were trying to make spectacular plays, trying to field wild throws on a bounce and still make the tag. And that's why the ball got by them. I think Elvis still thought he had a chance to catch that ball and make a tag. Would have been a spectacular play if he did. But when he didn't come up with the ball, now it goes into the outfield.
And the error is charged to Saltalamacchia, meaning that's 2 errors in the last 3 innings for Salty. He had only 1 all year coming into the game tonight.
The way he's been throwing this year, that is very unusual for 2 throws to go off target by that much in the same game. He's been tremendous this year throwing.
Michael Young is in at third. They're back up the middle for the Rangers. And with that infield back, Elvis Andrus' play is to first. The Dodgers have a 1-0 lead. That's how the Dodgers have been getting a lot of runs scored this year. Juan Pierre reaches somehow, steals a base. And either Hudson or Furcal or Ethier will knock him home. Base is clear for Orlando Hudson. He'll send one in the air to right center field. Long run, Nelly Cruz going back. It is going to bounce against the wall. Hudson on his way to second base for the double. Those top third of the Dodger batting order getting it done. 2 hits for Hudson tonight, 1 for Furcal, 1 for Pierre. The Dodgers, who have been challenged to win games in American League ballparks over the years, they're not huge fans of interleague play. They're 5-28 in American League ballparks the last 10 years or so. They've got the jump on the Rangers tonight. Shallow center. Marlon Byrd coming on. He's got it. Well, again, if you're just joining us, the Rangers and the Dodgers were scoreless through 5, and then with that bank of lights going out and the wait for the power to come back on, it is now Eddie Guardado on the mound instead of Scott Feldman. Right there, that's what drove Scott Feldman from the game tonight. So it'll be back-to-back nights where the Rangers get 5 innings from their starter. And the Ranger bullpen, which has been very solid the last couple of months, will be tested out again tonight. Last night it was Jason Jennings throwing 3 innings. He's obviously unavailable tonight. Jason Grilli finished up last night. Rip and a foul back by Blake.
Well, the good thing about having to use the bullpen for 4 innings in each game is that you do have an off day on Monday, so you can kind of catch up on your rest before the Astros come into town.
Bouncing ball. Andrews tears after it, scoops it up, steadies himself and throws. Got him! To keep it 1-0 LA. And now here come the Rangers at the top of the order coming up. Time for the Sonic Slam inning, brought to you by Sonic. The jackpot worth $100 plus tickets to a Ranger game and dinner for 2 at Sonic. Good luck to Susie Herman of Louisville. If a Ranger hits the grand slam this inning, we're giving away $25,000. Well, the Rangers, who have been challenged to hit home runs of late, are trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. It's the Verizon call to the bullpen. And Corey Wade, who burst onto the scene last year, a very dependable middle reliever for Joe Torre. He started the year at Double-A last year, and by about this time last year, Tag, he was the ultra-reliable eighth-inning setup man for Joe Torre. This year, the number's not quite as good.
No, not quite as good, but still solid. ERA is respectable at 4.24. Got his share of strikeouts. Hasn't given up a home run yet. Pretty good opponent's batting average, too, 236.
Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, is out there. What is he doing? Policing
He's probably looking for the bat boy. Whoever the Dodger bat boy is supposed to take that stuff off the field.
Right, but there's no bat boy to be found right now, so
that's not good.
Mariano Duncan.
When the umpire and the coach has to come out and do the bat boy's job, they ought to go in and wake up the bat boy.
The bottom of the sixth about to begin. And again, at the risk of being glib, this whole power outage thing, I mean, it's a nice metaphor for the Rangers. They have not been hitting the long ball of late. Of course, this is a team that has had very little problem doing that this year, but over the last 5 games into a sixth, only 1 home run. It's a hot night. You figure the ball's going to carry if a Ranger gets around on one. And on a night where the lights went out and caused a 1-hour 41-minute delay, now the Rangers try to power their bats back to life here, trailing 1-0. Kinsler, a high drive left field, but that's another one where a Ranger gets just under it and ends up flying out about 20 feet short of where he wanted to be. Now, Tag, we should mention, especially for any fan that happened to head on out of here because of the delay, something the Rangers are doing as a make good for the fans. We've just been told that all fans holding a ticket for tonight's game can exchange that ticket stub for a free ticket to the game Sunday night against Tampa Bay on July the 5th. That is now a night game. ESPN has picked it up. It's a 7:05 game. And tickets can be redeemed starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the ballpark here at the ticket office. So again, I guess is an apology for the inconvenience tonight. The fans had to wait around due to the power outage. That's a nice olive branch extended by the Rangers. Again, fans holding a ticket for tonight's game can exchange that ticket stub for a freebie to the 7:05 game Sunday night, July 5. Jason Grilli now getting ready in the Ranger pen. Both teams able to begin with their leadoff batters once the game resumed again. Juan Pierre singled and stole a base, reached third on the throwing error by Saltalamacchia. He scored the lone run of the game so far, top of this inning. What would be nice for the Rangers, Tag, is to get a base runner before 2 out. That has not happened yet tonight. Michael Young's got a chance here with Jones on deck. Corey Wade is an Indianapolis native. Broad Ripple High School in Indianapolis. And again, last year was at Double-A to start things. Young to right field. And another one that falls a bit shy of the mark. 2 down. That is 3 fly ball outs to right off the bat of Michael Young tonight. Former Dodger Andrew Jones, of course, he'll be more remembered as a former Atlanta Brave than a former Dodger. And Andrew tees off right field against his old team. Back, track, wall, gone! He did it! He breaks an 0-for-17 slump by homering against a team that sent him packing.
A lot of Dodger fans in the stands tonight. I'm sure that didn't make them very happy. Looked like the Rangers were developing a case of warning track power until that one powered on out of here. A lot of fly balls in the last few games, all ending up about 10 feet in front of the warning track. That's because they haven't been hit that well. It's not that the Rangers have gotten weak all of a sudden. They just haven't been centering the ball on the good part of the bat and driving it until that one. Hank drove one out of the ballpark to center field.
So much was said last year in LA about the disappointment of what Andrew Jones brought. And he's worked so hard as a Texas Ranger to get his game back to where it was as an Atlanta Brave.
That was a pretty good pitch, too. Pitch is on the outside corner. First home run that Wade's given up this year. Show you how strong the hitters are today, that you can hit a pitch that's right on the outside corner and drive it 375 feet the other way.
I love seeing Andrew go that opposite way, too. He's been grounding to third and short a lot. That time he drives one to right for power. Now Nelson Cruz shooting one to left center. In on the ball and grabbing it is Kemp, but Andrew Jones against the Dodgers. That's some pretty good theater right there. And his home run comes at a great time. It ties the game 1-1 after 6. Five shutout innings from Randy Wolf of LA and Scott Feldman of the Rangers. The teams traded runs in the 6th following the power outage delay of an hour and 41 minutes. How about Andrew Jones? Only 3 home runs as a Dodger all last year. It was a washout of a season for him. And now tonight against the Dodgers, his 6th home run already of 2009. Jason Grilli takes over for the Rangers, and he will begin things with a strike to James Loney.
Saw Grilli for an inning in last night's game.
Imported from the Colorado Rockies, and as we keep saying about Grilli, Tag, if he does anything close to what Darren O'Day has done, the Rangers will be absolutely thrilled. The Rangers have had good luck already, just kind of picking off National League teams, and what they couldn't keep a hold of, the Rangers are happy to have. Loney straights one towards right center. Marlon Byrd says he's got it, and he's right.
Well, I think it's a good way to pick up a big league pitcher. When you have to have someone, it's not always easy just to go to the minor leagues and find someone that can come up and get people out on a consistent basis. A lot of times the younger pitchers aren't quite ready to do that, but both times when the Rangers needed a pitcher, they were able to look at the waiver wire and pick up 2 big league pitchers, guys with experience. Really especially had experience. Darren had been in the big leagues with the Angels and with the Mets, and has done his best pitching as a big leaguer so far with the Rangers. Really has been in the big leagues for a while. So if you can make a waiver claim and end up with a big league pitcher like Grilli and O'Day, that's much more preferable than going down and trying to get a young pitcher to come up and pitch in a pennant race in key situations late in the ball game. And you don't have to spend a lot of money to do it either.
We saw Grilli a bunch with the Tigers for a couple of years. Runs it to 3-0 on the veteran Mark Loretta. Again, a tremendous effort from Scott Feldman yet again. He's got to be on the list of performers in Major League Baseball that I guess nationally anyway, you wouldn't have said at the start of the season that he'll be doing exactly what he's doing. Feldman's ERA in the 3s. There's a walk to Loretta.
I think when you watch Scott pitch last year and the progress he made after never having been a starter before, some of the games that he pitched, the stuff that he had, I think you would project him at his age with his inexperience as a starter with that under his belt to get better this year. And that's exactly what's happened. His pitches are better. His command is better. I'm sure his confidence is up right now. And when you see Scott on the mound, you really feel good that he's going to go out there and pitch a solid game, hold the other team down. You saw it tonight, boy. Yep. That was outstanding stuff tonight. Good, hard sinker in on the right-hand hitters, the cutter in on the left-hand hitters. He mixed in some curveballs. He really didn't hit a ball hard the whole night.
And his body language is such now, too. You know, I mean, he just kind of has that demeanor that, I know it's the trite baseball cliche sometimes when you say that a guy trusts his stuff. Feldman looks like a guy who trusts his stuff. Really deals one in there to Martin. I think if you want to look at actual surprises around the league, it's more like, you know, guys like we just saw with Marco Scutaro. And we've talked about Russell Branyan in Seattle. Jason Bartlett, the season he's having for Tampa Bay offensively. Last pitch from Grilli.
Good slider. Yeah, if you go back and look at a game that Scott pitched in Yankee Stadium last year, and then the games he's pitched this year, if you ask the Yankees, are they surprised with the way he's pitching? They'd say no. They saw that kind of stuff last year. Just a normal progression with a guy that made a lot of progress last year. I think if there was any surprise, it would have been last year when Scott went from being a reliever to a starter. But I don't think there's as much surprise this year when you watched him pitch last year. Just a young pitcher getting better.
In on the hands, kind of Scott Feldman style right there, tying up Russell Martin. Five hits for the Dodgers tonight, 3 for the Rangers. The most recent was a home run by Andrew Jones. He got him. He struck him out.
Good fastball by Grilly right on the outside corner. There's number 7 right on the outside corner. Made some good pitches right there to Martin. Martin knew it.
Now a pretty dangerous number 9 hitter, I'd suggest to you, Tag. Matt Kemp hitting .306, 7 home runs this year.
He's hit .340 in his last 12 games. It's not like he's in a slump or anything.
Joe Torre shaking up the lineup. The Dodgers have been shut out in 3 of their last 10 games. Got shut out last night. Only 1 run tonight. That 1 run broke a 24-inning scoreless streak by Ranger pitching. And again, that streak was against 2 of the best hitting teams in baseball statistically this year, Toronto and then the Dodgers. Two balls to strike the count. Boy, and even during that hour 40-minute delay, Tag, not a lot of fans left. I give a lot of credit to the fans. They hung out. They wanted to see resolution of this one.
Well, the first 5 innings went so fast. The game had hardly started, and it's 5 innings old. And then you really don't have any idea how long it's going to be till the lights come on. And a lot of them, I'm sure, are going to the concert after the game.
Right.
Saturday night, sleep in tomorrow, no problem.
This big crowd, a very enthusiastic crowd right now with 2 strikes on the batter. Fly ball well hit left field. David Murphy back at the track. Gone. As we said, that is not your typical number 9 hitter right there. Matt Kemp drives it out of here. It's 3-1 LA.
It's a fastball. Pretty good pitch to hit. Right in the center of the strike zone.
We don't get to see Matt Kemp at all, really, but that's the guy that the Dodgers are really excited about. Some of the scouts, when he first came up, likened him to a young Andre Dawson. Same skill set, but with use of his knees. He's had some base running misadventures here and there, but for the most part, the Dodgers are very happy with what they've gotten from him. He has just made it 3-1. Now Juan Pierre, not known for hitting them out at all, is just going to pop one near Elvis Andrus. 7th inning stretch at the ballpark. The Dodgers have taken the lead. It is 3-1. good. Sonic good. Well, the game was kind of bequeathed to the bullpens tonight. The power outage delay made Randy Wolf done after 5 innings for the Dodgers. Scott Feldman done after 5 for the Rangers. And the bullpens have been hit around a little so far. It's 3-1 LA now after we had a scoreless first 5 innings. And our Verizon call to the bullpen, Ronald Belisario, who is from Elvis Andrus' hometown of Maracay, Venezuela. He will start with David Murphy in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 2-run, 2-out, 2-strike homer by Matt Kemp has broken it open in the Dodgers' perspective now, 3-1. Murphy slowly hit ground ball second base. Hudson vacuums it up, wheels, and throws out Murphy. And the Rangers still with just 3 hits tonight. One of them the home run by the former Dodger, Andrew Jones. And a frustrating top of the 7th inning. Mark Loretta, who had been 1 for his last 21, drew the walk with 1 out. And even after Russ Martin struck out, Kemp hit that 2-out, 2-run home run. Marlon Byrd takes a strike. Another outstanding crowd tonight, Tag. 37,262.
Thought it might be a little bit bigger than that. Not the same as last night.
Expecting a little more than that tomorrow for the 2:05 game. If you haven't seen young Derek Holland pitch yet, live and in person, it's your chance tomorrow. The Rangers have to face Chad Billingsley, who's been great. 8-3 record, 2.7 ERA. Bird with a comebacker. Belisario snatches it out of the air and gets Marlin.
Yeah, that ball's back up the middle with a lot of pitchers. Belisario helping himself out right there by fielding that hot smash headed towards center field. Nice play.
Well, the Rangers have lost 6 of 11, but they're still 4.5 up in the West. 38 straight days of being in first place. It's going to be 39 at least. Well, actually, you can project out from there. It'd be at least 41 or 42. Got a nice healthy lead right now. But the Angels are winning their game tonight, 9-1. They are steamrolling the Padres. 3 home runs for Torrey Hunter in that game.
Wow.
Ball and a strike to Davis. And Darren O'Day getting ready in the Ranger pen. Off of Hudson into right. The Rangers catch a break. Davis is on. And Saltalamacchia comes up as a tying man. That's a guy who is usually outstanding defensively. It skipped by him.
I saw one go under his glove in last night's game. That, for him, is a relatively easy play, really. Didn't take a terrible hop. He just missed it. I mean, it's a hard hit ball. It's not an easy play, but for an outstanding defensive player in the big leagues, it's not an impossible play.
They give Davis a base hit.
That was a hard hit ball. It's a good call. But I think if you asked Orlando after the game how many times out of 10 he'd catch that ball, I bet you'd say 7 or 8.
In another sport, it's Orlando against Los Angeles instead of playing for Los Angeles. And Michael Young's a very interested observer in that. One of the biggest Laker fans ever is Michael Young. But he's pretty excited about how that series is going. Look at Ramon Troncoso getting ready in the Dodger pen. Rick Honeycutt, the former Ranger, out there as the Dodger pitching coach talking to Belisario. By the way, the Astros are beating the Diamondbacks tonight. Career base hit number 2,000 for Miguel Tejada in that game. Astros beat the Diamondbacks 6-4.
Yeah, and when the Astros come in, Ranger fans might get a chance to see Pudge Rodriguez break the all-time record for games caught.
Yeah, that's right. But Jim Sundberg in the house. And Sonny's, for a long time, been on the list of the top 3 in terms of games caught in the big leagues.
I'm sure Pudge will feel good, provided he doesn't get hurt between now and then, to be able to break that record here in front of where he spent most of his career. Be a lot of fans who appreciate him.
There's another Ranger base hit. It's Saltalamacchia with Davis on his way to third. Elvis Andrus in the on-deck circles being called back. Hank Blaylock has grabbed a bat. Oh, we had nothing but lightning around the ballpark last night, Tag, and now the Rangers looking for a bolt of lightning from the hammer right now with 2 on, 2 out.
Well, we've got a left-hand hitter like Hank on the bench. And when you want to utilize your bench, now's the time to use Hank. Late in the game, right-hand pitcher. Team down by 2, a couple of men on. And Elvis's career is going to get a lot of chances to hit and do something good in this situation. Right now, at this stage of his career, he has to wait for that opportunity to give Hank a chance right now.
So he will not get a chance to face his buddy from Maracay, Mr. Belisario. And instead, it's Hank Blaylock. We've seen Hank come off the bench in interleague play and ram home runs. He's done that against Houston in the past.
That's a nice play sometimes, but with Davis on third and Saltalamacchia on first, not a lot going on as far as the running game goes right here.
Joe Torre's coming out.
Should have thrown a pitch. Now he's not going to get a chance to throw one.
Troncoso would be the call out of the bullpen. Just a different righty. And Torre must like the matchup better here. His scouting report that he's got on Blaylock. He must know something, or like something anyway, about what Troncoso can do that maybe Belisario can't. Blaylock is the go-ahead man. We're back in just a moment on My 27. There is a freeze frame of the great-looking bag that the first 15,000 fans 14 and older will get. The Wednesday game against the Astros, 972 Rangers. The number to call for tickets or go to TexasRangers.com. The lovely and talented Chris Josephson modeling that bag for us last night. I guess we felt the urge to bring that back. Now, Ramon Troncoso on the mound for LA. Hank Blaylock at the plate for the Rangers. A 3-1 lead for the Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Blaylock suddenly represents that go-ahead run for Texas.
And one of the reasons Joe Torre would like Troncoso in this situation, he's pitched 39 innings, hasn't given up a home run. He also likes the fact he's got a 1.60 ERA.
You'd like him even more if he can throw a strike. And that is, well, it's called a ball, but it was close. Blaylock sends it into right center. Kemp on the move. He's got it. And the Rangers strand a couple. We're at the end of 7 at the ballpark tonight. Dodgers 3 and the Rangers 1. Tonight, they've seen the Dodgers take a 3-1 lead on the Rangers. And some changes to tell you about for Texas now. Omar Vizquel into the game for Elvis Andrus at short. Remember, Elvis lifted for the pinch hitter. Hank Blaylock flied to deep right center. Now Darren O'Day ascends to the top of the mound. He has ascended to the top of the ERA chart for the Rangers as well, Mr. Grieve, with that 1.08 ERA.
He's got about a strikeout an inning. Opponents are hitting 167 against him. Done a great job.
The Rangers have won 16 of the 19 games that he has appeared in. I don't think that's any coincidence at all. One of the losses was his very first game, the one where he had to wear Kaysen Gabbard's jersey in Toronto. That seems like a long time ago. Right here, he's going to face Rafael Furcal, then Orlando Hudson and Andre Ethier. On the out-of-town scoreboard, Boston 10. The defending World Series champion Philadelphia Phillies 5. That game's in the 7th. Another home run for Jason Bay tonight for Boston. That's 17 for him. And how about Raul Ibanez getting out of Seattle, going to Philly? He has hit home run number 22 already this year for the Phillies.
Well, he went from a fairly decent pitcher's ballpark to a real good park to hit in.
Furcal drives one. He's not really known for hitting him out to dead center, if at all. And he gave that one a ride. Marlon Byrd makes the catch, and we go to Jim Knox.
All right, Josh, left field. We do have some Elvis Andrus fans in the house. Where are you guys from?
We're from Dallas, Texas. We're huge Elvis fans. He's the best shortstop out there. Sorry, Derek Jeter. Sorry, everybody else. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I love you guys. Woo! Elvis! Elvis!
Hey, we missed the exclamation mark down at the end. We got to get him some airtime, guys. There we go.
Making a muscle.
What a way to flex it, little boy. That way. All right, thanks, guys. Looking good.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you, fans. I'm sure Elvis appreciates that. Especially a little exclamation point. Hudson unable to connect. That's a pretty good challenge here for Darren O'Day because he's facing lefties here. Lefty swingers. And for Colin Hudson and Ethier. One ball, two strikes. The Angels have defeated San Diego. That's gone final 9-1. A 3-home run night for Torrey Hunter. And the Rockies tag looking to make it 10 straight. They've got a 5-3 lead on Seattle tonight. That's a 10-game winning streak out of nowhere if that happens.
Well, the Padres had a long winning streak kind of out of nowhere as well.
Yeah.
A little bit earlier, a couple weeks ago.
Pounded foul off the foot of Hudson. A's and Giants are tied 2-2 in the 7th tonight. Twins beat the Cubs earlier today at Wrigley 2-0. Jason Kubel had another home run. You pointed out the other day, Tag, he's having a real strong year.
Yep.
Two-two delivery from O'Day. We will do it again. Mets beat the Yankees 6-2 this afternoon. The White Sox pounded the Brewers 7-1. Another great effort from Jose Contreras for Chicago. Popped foul again by Hudson. Baltimore tripped up Atlanta today 8-4. Tampa Bay over Sad Sack Washington 8-3. The Nationals are now 16-44.
Yeah, the #1 pick in this draft. They're going to have a #1 pick in next year's draft too. They can only hope that there's another Steven Strasburg to draft next year. Of course, they haven't signed this one yet.
No. See a 9th pitch of this at bat coming up. Foul tip, grabbed by Saltalamacchia. Down goes Hudson.
Good movement on that pitch. You can see it's just the end of his bat. Couldn't quite reach it.
And again for O'Day, the rare inning where he's got to face 3 lefties instead of a couple of righties in the mix. He pours one right into Ethier. Ethier came into Arlington with a 9-game hitting streak. Was 0 for last night. He's been 0 for tonight. The Rangers are going to have the top third of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Again, the Rangers trying to survive without Josh Hamilton, the guy that led the American League in runs batted in last year. Out 4 to 6 weeks, we are told. Got him. Darren O'Day, a 1-2-3 top of the 8th. Now the Rangers trying to rock and roll in the bottom of the 8th inning here in Arlington. from Elvis Andrus to get us started tonight. And a tip of the hat to Scott Feldman, too. 5 quality innings tonight, a 3-hit shutout. But then it was the night the lights went out in Arlington, a 1-hour, 41-minute delay. Everyone just trying to stay entertained somehow. The lights came back on, and then the scoring began. Andrew Jones has accounted for the Ranger run with a home run against his former team, but Matt Kemp lighting up Jason Grilli for a 2-run shot. It is 3-1 Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 8th. The Rangers have the top third of the batting order up there. 1 strike the count to Ian Kinsler. He is going to take, and it's quickly 0-2. As per Dodger tradition, their pitching has been outstanding in 2009. Kinsler deep in the hole at short. Long, strong throw. Boy, Furcal can still bring it. 1 down. Now Michael Young, who's in a very rare stretch for him. He's 1 for his last 21. And he started from a good place. He was hitting around 340 when that spin began. Still a solid .313 batting average, 8 home runs already. But facing a guy who is very stingy in terms of giving him up, Troncoso. A smash into left, a base hit. And Andrew Jones will be asked to do it again. He comes up with 1 on, 1 out. Ranger bullpen is busy again. If the Rangers take the lead, it's C.J. Wilson. If not, it's Moscoso.
As we said, Troncoso hasn't given up a home run. 40 innings. Hank almost hit one. He just got jammed a little bit. Ball got in on his fist just enough. Had the right swing. The right trajectory, just didn't get it quite on the good part of the bat.
And even going back to last year, Tag, Troncoso only gave up 2 home runs last year.
Well, Wade hadn't given up a home run either coming into the game tonight.
Yeah.
Andrew Jones took him deep.
Knocked down by Martin. Andrew Jones, who took so much abuse in L.A. last year. The media was real tough on him. And by Andrew's own admission, it was a terrible year for him. A little sweet revenge against his former mates tonight. He was a tying man, bottom 8. Oh, and he was trying to hit one about 400 feet right there. It's 1-2. Hits are even, 6 aside. The Rangers have committed the only 2 errors tonight. A couple of throwing errors by Jared Saltalamacchia on stolen base attempts. Inside. Slowed it down with the breaking ball. Another home run threat is on deck for the Rangers, Nelly Cruz. Down too low. Nice patient at bat here from Jones. Young edging off the bag at first, not going, and Jones will chop it to third. Blake to second for one. Andrew Jones safe at first. Hudson couldn't get rid of it. That allows everything to continue here in the 8th inning.
Oh, that's a good thing with Nelly Cruz coming up. You'd much rather have Nelly in a 2-run game hit with a man on than lead off the next inning. Blake does a great job of getting rid of it quickly. It's a good throw. Hudson just got it lost in his glove, and then Michael came in quickly and kept him from getting a throw off.
Now here's the Rangers team leader in home runs against a guy that has not allowed one yet this year. And again, has allowed only 2 in the last 2 years. Two natives of the Dominican Republic here, Troncoso and Cruz. Runner goes. And no throw. Andrew Jones safely to second base. How about that? A home run and a steal against the Dodgers tonight for Andrew. He had no steals last year as a Dodger. Only 3 home runs.
Well, why not? If you can get a good jump. Troncoso wasn't paying much attention to Andrew. He would love to have a home run to tie the game, but you got a better chance of getting a single.
Yep.
And it'd be nice to get 1 run closer, especially if you go into the 9th inning down by a run.
Big crowd is not happy with the Dodgers stall game here. Do they want to change up signs with a runner at second base tag? Are they talking about that?
Could be. Or might just be talking about the hitter, pitch selection, where to throw him. Troncoso, a young pitcher. Martin, a veteran catcher, might know the scouting report a little bit better. Just wants to make sure that he knows what to throw, where to throw it.
Cruz powers it out of play, right side. Scott Feldman went the first 5 innings tonight, and as you said, Tag, he was just carving them up. 3 hits, no runs. The 2-2 flicked into the crowd again.
As we've said, you feel badly for Wolf, you feel badly for Feldman. Both of them probably on their way to one of their best games of the year. And both had low pitch counts as well.
Wolf's ERA is now going to be about 3.4. Troncoso delivers. Cruz sails it to center. Leaping catch by Kemp. It almost got over him. The Rangers strand Andrew Jones. We're at the end of 8. Dodgers by 2. send your favorite Ranger to the 09 All-Star Game in St. Louis. You get 2 free Ranger tickets when you vote the maximum of 25 times. Log on to TexasRangers.com/All-Star and cast your ballot. And a lot of Rangers that would appreciate you doing that. Another call to the bullpen as the Rangers and Dodgers get to the 9th. This is the guy the Rangers received in the Gerald Laird trade with Detroit. Guillermo Moscoso. Got Troncoso and Moscoso now pitching against each other, Rangers and Dodgers. And a game that again was all zeros through 5 innings. Then we had the hour 40-minute power outage and a delay of an hour 40. The game handed off to the respective bullpens, and from there we've seen 4 runs, 3 for the Dodgers, 1 for the Rangers. Hammered towards center field by Casey Blake. Deep and off the wall, skipping on Marlon Byrd. It is a leadoff double.
It was a great example of a hitter seeing 2 fastballs, getting ahead in the count, veteran hitter looking for a fastball, and then getting a good one to hit, and hit it right off the center of the bat.
Now we'll see how the Dodgers play it. If they play for just the 1 run here, that extra run, the insurance run. Remember, they've got one of the best closers going in Jonathan Broxton, the flamethrower. But he's been away from the team for a couple days. The birth of his son down in Georgia. He wanted to be there for that, his firstborn son.
Yeah, in this situation right here, the only thing we're going to tell Loney to do is try to drive that run in. He may try to pull the ball to move him over.
No, but he's not a bunting guy.
No, not going to be bunting, though.
Loretta on deck. If it was Loretta up there, maybe, though, right?
It might be a different story, yep.
Big-time prospect out of the Houston area, James Loney. Led the Dodgers in runs batted in last year. High drive to right. Blake set to tag. Nelly Cruz loads and fires. Oh, and it skips on Michael Young. It's backed up by Moscoso. So that insurance run is now at third, and Mark Loretta bats. Loretta handles the bat so well. You can almost put a play on here if you want to, if you're Joe Torre.
That's the kind of situation similar to when Elvis was hitting the other night, trying to get a run. Might try a squeeze play. It's a good spot for it.
The infield is in for the Rangers. Trying to keep this game 3-1. Last night it was the Dodgers with a lot of opportunities to score, and they just couldn't quite cash in. I think tonight it's more the Rangers doing that. They've stranded 6. Last night the Dodgers stranded 11. Out of play, 1-1. Murphy, Bird, and Davis due in the bottom of the 9th for the Rangers. And again, the guy with the rocket ship fastball will be coming in, the closer, Broxton. Loretta buckled back. Back to the mound. Moscoso will make sure the runner's not coming down from third. Takes care of business at first. Nice pitch. Tied up a veteran hitter right there. Now he's got to go get Russell Martin.
That's the ball on the inside part of the plate. Loretta trying to inside out it to right field, but just didn't get the good part of the bat on it.
Russell Martin has not hit a home run yet this year, which is pretty surprising. He's knocked in 20 runs. The Canadian-born converted third baseman has quickly become a Mike Piazza-style fan favorite back in L.A. Sliding block by Saltalamacchia. Keep that runner at third. Looking for the outside corner, and no, says Adrian Johnson. 37,000 here. A lot of them obviously Ranger fans. Weren't real thrilled with the call. Let's see. Outside. Dodger fans have been loud though tonight. Ranger fans trying to keep them out-shouted. Ground ball, hard hit. Davis absorbs it and goes to the bag to keep it 3-1. The Rangers have their shot now. David Murphy coming in to lead it off, trailing by 2. Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag, it's on. By Budweiser Select, full flavor, 99 calories, the exception to the rule. And by your Texas Ford dealers, check out the all-new F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. Well, Jonathan Broxton comes on, and normally tag that is bad news for the opposition, but I will throw this out there. Jonathan Broxton hasn't pitched since Tuesday. Jonathan Broxton is on very little sleep. Just was down in Georgia for the birth of his newborn son. He was just scrambled back into town for this game tonight. So if ever there was an opportunity to get him, maybe this is it. But boy, he's tough to get.
Yeah, opponents are hitting 100 against him. 10 hits in 30 innings. Another Dodger reliever who has not given up a home run. He's 14 for 16 in save opportunities, and he's 6-0 to go along with that.
97 miles an hour to start off Murphy. His average fastball last year, we were told, Tag, was 96.5, second in all of baseball. A guy we didn't even see last year, Florida's Matt Lindstrom, was fastest with the fastball at 97 miles an hour on average. 96.5 is pretty good. Up and away to David Murphy, one of the more patient Ranger hitters. A kind of Bobby Jenks looking closer. The Rangers have seen that already with the White Sox this year. Broxton is 6'4", 294. And he is low to Murphy. Shaves the corner. It's 3-2.
Good pitch. Possible pitch to hit 96 miles an hour. Just take that one. We got another one left. Hope he doesn't throw it there again.
Ground ball, second base for Hudson. So one out in the ninth. Marlon Byrd to the plate. The Rangers have been 6 hit tonight.
Center fielder Marlon Byrd.
Corey Wade is online for the win. He had been pitching when Matt Kemp stepped into one, hit a 2-run, 2-out, 2-run homer in the 7th. That negated the Andrew Jones home run. On the ground to third. And Marlon Byrd is out by a step. So Chris Davis needs to get on to keep the Rangers going tonight.
First baseman Chris Davis.
Well, the Rangers came in tonight with the second best record in the American League. The Dodgers with the best record in the National League. Two teams that feel real good about themselves here in 09. And again, this was a scoreless game through 5 before the lights went out. We had the long delay. So in the battle of bullpens, it's been the Dodgers slightly better. The 3-1 lead with 1 out left to get. One-0 to Davis. Now make it 1-1. There's that 96-mile-an-hour heat. Dialed it down, which I guess maybe sets up that finishing fastball. Davis has got to be ready for it anyway. It's 1-2. Broxton brings it. Davis is down on strikes. And the Dodgers have beaten the Rangers to square this series. Their final tonight is 3-1. Well, as you said, Tag, just too bad for Scott Feldman. He was pitching a gem.